Woke up this morning with a really good feeling. Something magical and great's about to happen. This is the day, yeah, that we'll remember forever. Anything is possible, getting better and better, yeah. Feeling strong, feeling healthy and grateful. Sipping coffee, having talks with Creator. Singing praise for the blessings of the universe. Giving love to our beautiful Mother Earth. Dying every night and waking up to rebirth. It's your birthday, what you wanna do first? Sip some agua and satisfy your deep thirst. Greet the sun, wondering what I'm really worth. Can this body mind merge with the space and time hurt? That the mold guys are moving our timelines into something that's a bit more harmonious. Right now is a big metamorphosis. Kukulkan and a half metamorphosis. Walking on the planet from the stars and the oceans. So keep your eyes peeled, pineals getting healed. This is time that the secrets get revealed. Woke up this morning with a really good feeling. Something magical and great's about to happen. This is the day that we'll remember forever. Anything is possible, getting better and better. Feeling good, feeling love, feeling beautiful. Feeling wind on the back of an eagle. Big spirit guiding us to a people. Standing up strong and tall like a TV pole. Expecting miracles, magical visuals. Passion, the planet, one family, all equals. Healing waters and the medicine of knowledge. New sunlight with extra wattage. How I love you and all your pretty perfumes. All we wanna do is play you some good tunes. That's the best we express our gratitude. And it's intentional, so let it all be possible. Pass the ball, y'all, let the prayer snowball. Till this old rinky-dinky paradigm falls. What goes up always evolves. And revolves involves all your in-laws. All our relatives from minerals to mammoths. We're the planets, who plant some plants, kid. Didn't plan it, but it's still gonna happen. That's the satisfaction of attraction. There's some laws to a cause and affection. Positive reference, powerful reference. And you don't get a break from a second. Magnetic, forever connected. Woke up this morning with a really good feeling. Something magical and great's about to happen. This is the day that we'll remember forever. Anything is possible, get better and better.
For many of us, spirituality is just the quest to find essence or true meaning and to really just connect with a higher consciousness.
Welcome to Bring Me to Life Radio.
Connecting with your spirituality is very important in this life. By becoming mindful of all of it, you can realize where you are and if that is leading you to where you want to go.
Listen to the little simple things, because it's those little simple things that are going to shift you vibrationally in such a way that will prepare you to become very intuitively minded and ready to step forward on the next part of your path.
I hope you can feel the love that's inside you, it's inside me, that connects us.
Awakening humanity to spirituality and higher consciousness.
Individuals are walking the planet now and they're asking, how can I stay expanded in a world that seems to be contracting? How can I evolve when everything seems to be dissolving right in front of me? And something within you knows that there are answers to those basic but yet profound questions. Something within you knows that if you keep on asking the right question, if you keep on digging, if you keep on searching, you'll eventually bump into the answer, and ultimately you will discover it, that it's with you all of the time. For the growth, development, and unfoldment of your soul is stop listening to the opinions of others. Stop listening to negativity. Stop listening to what might go wrong. Stop listening to what you might have to lose if you go for your dream. Stop listening to what you have to give up in order to be who and what you really are. When that something bigger than circumstance wants to express itself, you do your best to not listen to negativity. You may encounter delays. Along the way. And every delay is not a denial. It simply means that you're getting something that you're going to need to go forward. Everything is working for your good. So when there is a delay, you perhaps have to ask yourself, what is it that's trying to emerge right now in my life? You may have to ask yourself, what is it that I need to become in order to move forward?
This is Lainey Sullivan of Lobo Merino, and you're listening to Bring Me to Life Radio.
Namah Parvati Pate Hara Hara Mahadev Varana Janaki Jai Pavan Kusram Dindavan Bihari Lal Ki Jai Mata Purna Jai Nita Maya Ganga Maya Baba Vishwanath Ki Jai Namah Parvati Pate.
Take me into your garden, plant my soul deep into the dirt. Show me what I've been missing out. Lead me around your city, make me a stranger to myself. I'd like to know a little more. I've been struggling, how do you do it?
By the water's edge, the current running swift. She sat down for a minute, trying to catch her breath. And she said, why am I so alone? Why are we all so alone? The floods came and divided us long ago. Nobody knew how to swim, stranded on islands of their own. She said, I will no longer cling to this shore of isolation anymore. She just jumped on in the current, pulled and twisted, knocked on rocks and flipped and lifted, rolling through the rapids, feel like drowning, head is pounding, lights surrounding, starting to float, drifting with the current, learning not to control. There's no way out, but there's a way in. There's no way out, but there's a way inside. Oh, oh, oh. Oh, oh, oh. Oh, oh, oh. With the shores of her homeland drifting out of sight, she had never seen the constellations burning so bright. New islands coming up over the horizon, find surprisingly not frightening. Heart and mind filled with excitement, spirits rising. All of the people rushed down to the shore, and they said, who is this child who's not afraid anymore? Oh, please come teach us, come and save us, free us from all that enslaves us. Show us how you learn to do this. Please, oh master, help us through this. Oh, she just smiled and she said, my friends, I am not a savior. I would not try to pretend that this is some kind of miracle, but I know where to begin. You just got to jump in. You just got to jump in. There's no way out, but there's a way in. There's no way out, but there's a way inside. And sometimes you'll find yourself adrift, and sometimes you'll be adrift and find yourself. 'Cause you're in. There's a way in.
My dream playing the strings of cosmic love. Celestial ship, it all come beaming down. It felt so yummy in their company, and so I opened my heart and much. Then all the tall and shiny people began to sing. We are the children from afar, coming down to meet you. We are the children from afar. It's so good to see you, and we've come to show you who you are. We are the children from the stars. My heart to love so hard at rainbow moons, and as they dance, they make the sweetest sound. This kind of music can can change the world, radiating through the boys and girls, and all the tall and shiny people began to see. We are the children from afar, coming down the region. We are the children from afar. It's so good to see you, and we've come to show you who you are. We are the children from the stars.
The first thing I felt was heart space, and I felt this strong, pure, no filter, just a pure heart space connection. It was all vibration. Because when you're in your heart space, the undercurrent of the heart space is ease. It's smooth.
We are the children from afar, coming down the region. We are the children from afar. It's so good to see you, and we've come to show you who you are. We are the children from the stars.
Each and every one of us has an unlimited inner wellspring of spiritual power. You have the ability to transform, create, and heal anything upon which you set your heart and mind. Join me, Sarah Hall, as we learn how to uplift all aspects of your life through spiritual empowerment. Enjoy weekly guided meditations, spiritual discussions on a multitude of topics, and a chance to call in to receive channeled messages from the angels on your spiritual journey. I'm Sarah Hall, and this is Through the Eyes of the Angels. Hi everyone, I'm so excited to be coming to you live today on the radio here at Project Bring Me to Life. Such an honor. So our topic for today is the mind-body-spirit connection. We're going to talk what this connection is and how understanding it and working with it can empower you through life changes and through manifesting your goals and dreams. The mind-body-spirit connection is such an empowering thing to explore. And today, I'm going to share messages that I've received from the angels on this connection over the past several years. I have been communicating and working with the angels for about the past 10 years or so on my own spiritual journey and as a professional healer and intuitive counselor. Throughout that time, I've repeatedly received guidance for both myself and for my clients that sometimes at first glance seems to not be related necessarily to the issue at hand. For example, someone will ask me about what they need to do to take the next steps in their career. And then in response, the angels will give them guidance such as, well, it's really time to clean up your diet, to manifest that change in your career, make dietary changes, and improve your health. Now, at first glance, you might think, what does what I eat have to do with making a change in my career? Well, the reason the angels give such guidance is because of the mind-body-spirit connection. They have a heightened perspective of what's going on in our lives. They see things from a sort of bird's eye view. So the angels see connections of cause and effect in our lives that oftentimes we may not be aware of. So in our example, if the angels guide you to change your diet to further your career, it's very likely because uplifting your health will positively affect what you're manifesting in your career. For example, when you take better care of your body, you'll have more energy, clarity of mind, and focus. This uplifts all areas of your life, certainly, and can help to remove blocks and stagnant energy so that your work life improves. This overall life clearing might be just what you needed to manifest changes in your career. So it's really interesting to see that connection. I've always learned to always trust the guidance that my angels give me because their guidance has always helped me. And I've learned through experience that the connection between our mind, body, and spirit is something that we can use to further our goals, heal ourselves, and really uplift all areas of our life. Now, later on in the show, you will have the opportunity to call in and ask questions or to receive an angel reading. So I'll give you the number. The number to call is 240-979-4111. You can go ahead and save that number for later. Again, the number is 240-979-4111. And know that even if you don't get in for a angel reading today, you can always contact me for a private angel session through my website at www.seraphim.com. That's www.seraphim.com. Now, if you've been listening to this show for a while, you may have heard me use the phrase, as above, so below, as below, so above. This phrase is an ancient Hermetic axiom describing the nature of the universe. It's one of the main principles of the ancient alchemists used to understand the spiritual and physical worlds. This axiom is the perfect place to begin in understanding the connection between body, mind, and spirit. Because you see, the body, mind, and spirit are perfect reflections of one another. What exists in the spirit exists in the mind and exists in the body. So you are not just the physical body that you live in. You exist in multiple dimensions simultaneously. You're present in the physical world, in the mind, and in the spiritual world all at once. The spiritual aspect of your being is eternal. The soul is the core essence of your being. It does not die, and it is endless. Now, if you've explored, let's say, New Age spiritual ideas, you've probably heard the term higher self being used at one point or another. I want to talk to you about your higher self for a moment. Your higher self, essentially, is the spiritual aspect of you that remains fully rooted in the source of the universe. In other words, your higher self is with God now and always. This part of you is incredibly wise. It remembers every past life you have ever lived. It knows and understands your life purpose. And it remembers every single soul contract or agreement you have made to meet, learn, and connect with soulmates. The higher self is the part of you that has access to all the wisdom and knowledge of the universe. It is the part of you that is egoless or without fear or attachment to impermanent things. It is the ultimate observer within you. It represents your potential to reach enlightenment, or in other words, to reach a state that is perfectly one with God, perfectly in a state of love. This part of you is like your constant anchor to spiritual truth, to your soul's true home in heaven. The higher self is part of your nature and can be accessed through your mind. Your mind is like a doorway between heaven and earth. It is the aspect of you that can travel among these different dimensions of your being. The mind is programmed with everything that the higher self knows. It is a reflection of the higher self. But since the mind is fully anchored in this dimension, this world, this human experience, it has an ego. Now, like your higher self, your soul, the mind never necessarily dies. Your consciousness doesn't end. It just evolves. And according to the angels, part of the main reason most of us are here in human lifetimes is so that we can evolve. Having a human experience is a powerful adventure that permanently shapes our eternal journey of spiritual expansion. Our consciousness, anchored then both in the higher self, in God, and in the lower self, in this lower dimension of seeming separateness from God, creates a powerful environment in which great yearning and desire seems to shape every aspect of our lives. You see, the soul's nature is expansion. It wants to be free to expand, grow, and evolve endlessly. The source, fuel, reason, and meaning beneath that desire to expand is love, or in other words, God, our source. So when we come into a human experience, the mind is subconsciously programmed with the eternal love and knowledge of our higher selves, which creates yearning in the mind to access that love and knowledge and to expand it. We're also born into a world with, again, that seeming separateness of God. We live in a dimension where the source of all things has expressed itself as many things, as forms. And as I said before, we have an ego. To be a spiritual being and to have an ego is a curious thing, isn't it? We can feel that seeming separateness from love or from God very acutely. And that too creates a state of great yearning and desire in us. Desire to love, desire to be loved, desire to be in a state of love with God. Practically every single thing that you want in your human existence is in truth actually a desire for love. So, the mind is a hub of that experience. Your consciousness is the hub or the intersection of your soul's focus within the oneness of all existence and the many seeming separate forms of existence. The mind is constantly moving and evolving, just like all things are in the world of form, and yet it is the doorway to the infinite and can be in a state that reflects the oneness. According to the angels, the mind, both in the personal individual sense of your mind, as well as the collective mind, the collective consciousness that we all are and share, is essentially a spiritual dimension. The mind is a spiritual dimension. The mind is made of, creates, and shapes spiritual light and energy. It's relating with the spirit world all the time. So the part of your spiritual presence that is anchored in your mental and physical bodies is usually referred to as your light or energy body. This part of you is imbued with thought, feeling, memory, and consciousness. So it's affected by the mind and all it picks up on in the physical world. And it is also affected by the spirit world. The light or energy body can receive healing, love, and messages from the angels, or feel the presence of the Creator and thereby evolve and change in its resonance or state of being. So you see, it accesses the spirit world and the physical world all at once. When you receive Reiki, for example, or other forms of energy healing, what the healer is doing is sending light or spiritual energy into your light body. And your light or energy body is fully 100% infused and focused into your physical body. So when the healer makes a shift in your spiritual energy body, it immediately influences your physical body, helping it to heal. As I said before, your energy body is imbued with thought, memory, and feeling. And the energy body is, as I said, fully infused in the physical body. So it is present in every single cell of your body at all times, the spiritual body, that energy body. What that means is that you're conscious with your whole body. Your consciousness doesn't just exist up in your brain, it's everywhere in your whole body. And the experiences of the body have an immediate impact on what we're feeling and plays an incredibly strong role in determining our state of being. And meaning that our physical existence and experience really plays a role in shaping the spiritual experience that we have. Which brings me to the most important lesson or point that I'd like to make today about the mind-body-spirit connection. And that is, what you do to your body, you do to your mind, and you do to your spirit. Conversely, what you do to your mind, you do to your spirit, and you do to your body. What you do to your spirit, then, you do to your mind, and you do to your body. So when you make a change in one aspect of your being or in one area of your life, it will affect all aspects of your being and of your life. All aspects of your being touch and immediately reflect one another. Knowing this, understanding this, and working consciously with this knowledge can be incredibly powerful in making life changes. So, for example, if you wish to bring about a life change, it is wise to start making changes towards your goal at the level of each of your being's aspects. If you want to achieve a new goal, let's say, for example, in your work, do something to support that goal in your body, mind, and spirit. So at the level of your body, for example, you could begin by eating more healthfully and exercising. When you exercise, you create physical strength and discipline, and you release physical toxins. Therefore, when you exercise, you are also disciplining and strengthening the mind, your willpower, and helping yourself release emotional or mental toxins from negative thoughts or limited beliefs. I'm sure many of you who've really tried working with exercise or yoga or any other physical discipline have seen that, seen the way that it really disciplines and shapes the mind. So let's take that further. If we see that, then therefore when you exercise, you are also sending that structure, focus, strength, and choice to be in a resonance of health into the spirit as well. This helps your spiritual energy to receive guidance, inspiration, and fuel from your higher self, because your spiritual energy, since it's become more uplifted, it's in this focus state, will become a more focused and efficient space holder for your higher self, changing and uplifting the kinds of experiences you then attract in your physical world. So you're working towards that life change, reaching to manifest more success in your goals, and you begun to feel a real difference by doing something positive for the body. You will double the strength of that effort by also doing something to affect change at the level of the mind. For example, you could choose to begin stating positive affirmations daily as you work towards your goal. Stating something such as, let's say, I am successful in my work and fulfill my life's purpose. As you program these intentions regularly into your mind, you're healing and shifting the thought cycles, emotions, and energy levels within you, within the mind. Those empowering statements transform the mind, which will instantly create a response in the physical body. Have you ever had a moment where you felt just unspeakably happy and noticed that the joy you were feeling immediately uplifted your body, giving you more physical energy, relieving any physical discomfort, and even creating health, healing and health in your physical body? That is the mind-body connection at work. What you choose to think immediately creates physical, chemical changes in the body. Your brain chemistry and neural network immediately responds to the thoughts that you choose. Your muscles immediately relax or tense up in response to your thoughts and feelings. Now, if you really want to empower and fuel that life change we were discussing, you'll add not only a positive change for the physical and mental routines of your lifestyle, but also a change for your spirit, connecting with your spiritual life. For example, you could begin to also practice meditation or prayer to help uplift you towards your goals. When you meditate, for example, you're working to still and calm the part of your mind and spirit that is focused in the physical world of constantly changing form, as we discussed. You're working to clear distraction so that you align yourself with that part of your spirit and mind that is focused within the oneness with the higher self. Through meditation, you can become one with the higher self. You can be your higher self, giving your earthly life a dose of the divine, which immediately creates peace, clarity, and health for the mind, and health and strength for the body. And it alters the energy around you such that the experiences you attract in your life are more positive and loving, and begin to reflect the love and the wisdom of the spirit. So when you focus on a goal or change in your life with all of your being, with your mind, body, and spirit, all levels of you, you are sure to experience very real results. So use that mind, body, spirit connection as you approach any life changes. Use it as your roadmap in creating powerful life change. And you'll learn that you truly are an absolutely unlimited being with the power to make any change upon which you set your heart and mind. It's truly wonderful. So now let's go ahead and connect together and use that mind, body, spirit connection as we join together in a guided meditation. After our meditation, I will be taking your calls, so you can be ready for that. But for now, let's gather together. Take a moment to adjust your body, relaxing it into a deep, nice and comfortable, supported position with your spine nice and aligned and centered. Feels good, doesn't it? And take in a deep, healing breath as you close your eyes and begin to relax. Continue to breathe very deeply and very gently, feeling that with every breath you take, your body is beginning to relax more and more deeply. Notice that your muscles are beginning to let go of any subtle tensions that they may have been holding on to, softening and letting go, feeling your joints begin to soften, feeling that relaxation reaching all the way down to your very bones, noticing that the breath is beginning to flow into your heart, surrounding your heartbeat with calm, as your heartbeat gently begins to slow down to a very relaxed and receptive rhythm. With your next deep healing breath, imagine that you're breathing in a beautiful white light, representing your connection to the divine. Feel that white light floating in through the top of your head at your crown chakra and through the center of your forehead at the third eye chakra. Allow this light to flow into the very center of your mind, feeling it awakening and opening the center seed of consciousness in your mind. With every breath that you take, that inner seed of light begins to grow and expand. Notice that with each expansion, with each breath, you grow more still and more calm. Easily noticing that your mind seems to now be inhabiting a more expanded space around you. It is somewhat bigger, isn't it, when you calm down and get still and quiet. Breathing very deeply, notice now that that beautiful white light is flowing from the center of your mind through each and every one of your chakras or energy centers within your spiritual energy body. Once again, notice that the light is flowing in through the third eye and through the crown chakra at the top of your head. The light is flowing down through the head region, passing through the throat chakra, flowing down into the heart chakra, clearing and healing everything as it goes. Feeling the light moving down into the solar plexus chakra, breathing it down into the sacral chakra in the hip region, and breathing the light down into the root chakra at the very bottom of the spine at the tailbone. And just take several breaths, feeling how good it is to share this network of stillness, peace, and empowerment at every level of your being. With your next deep breath, gather the light at the very bottom of your spine, and then as you exhale, feel the light just flowing all the way back up your spine, flowing upwards, 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 until once again it's concentrated at the top of your head, at the crown chakra. Taking another nice deep breath in, gather the light at the crown chakra, and as you exhale, allow that beautiful white light to flow upwards out the top of your head and into the higher spiritual dimensions. We are now going to travel to meet your higher self. Breathing deeply, feel that white light just immersing you, surrounding you everywhere, helping you to feel so calm, so at peace, just wrapped in a sense of love and beauty and sweetness. Let that light grow and grow and grow in its brightness until it seems to open a door in front of you. Breathing deeply, move through that door and notice that sitting before you is an image of your higher self. Take a moment to get to know your higher self. Look into his or her eyes, feeling the powerful sense of calm, stillness, and peace that seems to radiate outward from your higher self. Feel the unconditional love that this part of you has for you, for your life, for every aspect of your existence. And then just breathe in, assimilating that feeling, letting yourself become one with it. With your next breath, feel yourself gently approaching your higher self, getting close to him or her. noticing that the light within you is now merging with your higher self. Breathe deeply, feeling that inner seed of the center of your consciousness aligning and becoming exactly one with the inner seed of consciousness that is your higher self. And as you breathe, just allowing this incredible experience to unfold, simply think the thought or hold the intention, I am my higher self. I am perfectly one with God, the source of all the universe. I am perfectly one with all the wisdom, power, and knowledge that exists. And in this space, I have access to all of that knowledge and power. Feel how beautiful it is to be so powerfully connected with the oneness. And breathe. With your next deep healing breath, we're just going to now take this opportunity to set an intention or to make a prayer for your life. Go ahead and take just a moment to think of a healing intention, a wish, or a prayer that you have, and just focus upon it from the mind of your higher self. And breathe. Notice the way that your higher self responds to this intention. Notice any messages of insight or guidance or strength that you might be receiving as you connect with your higher self and to this intention. And breathe very deeply as your higher self now fulfills that wish in energetic, spiritual truth. Allow your wish or intention to be fulfilled. Right now, visualize that there's a beautiful white light that is forming in the palms of your hand. Feel this light growing in brightness and power, just expanding right in your hands. And let this light represent the energy of your wish fulfilled. Your higher self is now guiding you to take that light, take that energy, and to just imagine that you are pouring it now into your life. Feel yourself carrying it within you. Place your hands energetically over your heart, feeling that beautiful energy of your wish fulfilled resonating and becoming one with your entire being. And now, with your next breath, imagine that you are once again traveling, sinking downwards through the light, back into your physical body. Breathe deeply, feeling yourself flowing downwards, passing through your crown chakra at the top of your head, feeling your energy sliding in through the third eye chakra at the center of your forehead. And breathe the energy of your intention fulfilled into every cell in your body. feeling it moving through every single chakra of your energy body as the light flows from your head region down through the throat chakra, where you'll have the ability to communicate the truth of this intention. Feel it manifesting and moving into the heart chakra, where you will feel a connection to your intention fulfilled. You'll feel the love and attachment to it. Feel then as this beautiful light moves down into the solar plexus chakra, where the light connects with your sense of confidence in this, of being empowered with ideas to take action out in the world with this idea. Allow the light to flow all the way down into the sacral chakra, feeling this center of creativity, infusing its energy with this intention. Feeling it becoming physical desires, physical action steps, relationships, etc. with the physical world. And then finally, breathe that intention all the way down into the root chakra at the tailbone, noticing that the energy and the light is now manifesting into physical form. You can feel it becoming a physical experience just around the corner. Breathe deeply and confidently, trusting in this mind-body-spirit connection, and knowing that as you continue to give birth to your intention or your inspiration, you can use the mind, body, and spirit approach to manifesting to quickly and successfully bring this intention into fruition in whatever way you need to. Good. Let's now take in another deep, clearing breath together and ground our energy back into our bodies and into the earth. Visualize that you're collecting that energy right at the root chakra where we left off, really, really gathering it up. And when you exhale, send that light and energy out the tailbone, down the legs and out the feet, into Mother Earth. Feeling as Mother Earth beautifully guides you, holds on to your energy, helps you to create a root system between you and your energy in the earth's energy. Our angels are now reminding us that we are the most powerful when we are grounded, when we focus the strength of our mind and the strength of our spirit in through the body and through into the physical world, physical reality. According to the angels, so many of you are light workers, beings that have come here to make a difference. So your physical influence in this life is so very important. Your angels are now showing us that they're gathering around you, simply channeling their love and their support, getting very close to you today as they shield and seal up your energy after this energy work we've been doing. Feeling that shield and sealing as if it is a beautiful white cocoon of light closing all around you, helping you to feel so safe, so at peace. And with your next deep breath, you can simply thank the angels, thank yourself, your higher self. And with your next exhale, you can gently open your eyes and shift right back into the room and into the moment. Very, very good. All right, so that was great. We got the experience of actually feeling what it's like to use our mind, body, spirit connection together, and I hope that you'll continue to practice it. So now is the exciting time in our show where we're going to take some of your calls. You can feel free to call in to ask questions on our topic for today, the mind-body-spirit connection, or you can request an angel reading. And the number to call, once again, is 240-979-4111. And while we're waiting for our first caller, we will start by getting some angel guidance for all of us who are listening today. And this guidance will apply to you whether you're listening live or on rebroadcast. What I'm simply going to do is to ask the angels to give us the messages that we all need to hear for today, for our highest path of peace. And trust the law of attraction as I pull 3 cards from the Healing with the Angels Oracle card deck that I'll be working with today. This deck is by Doreen Virtue. So I'm just going ahead and shuffling today. And when you work with oracle cards on your own, you can do the same thing. Just shuffle and trust that you can't pick the wrong card. That when you come to a card that you feel is the one that you're supposed to have for this reading, you just stop and you pull it. So I've done just that. I have our 3 cards in front of us, and I'm just going to turn them over and see what we have for today. So our first card that we have for our collective reading is the Surrender and Release card. Beautiful. This is a card that represents that in order to uplift and heal in your life, in order to manifest a new change, a very important aspect of manifestation is necessary first. The aspect in which you release or let go of certainly the past, anything that may have gotten in your way in the past, anything that does not serve you, bringing this new energy or this new healing into your life now. And also, another message your angels are giving us from this is surrender the intention itself. I'm getting a message right here that basically says that when you hold a really strong intention for yourself, very oftentimes people will really spend a lot of time thinking about their intention, maybe even obsessing over it, asking for their goal or what they're praying for over and over again. And in that way, what that can sometimes reflect is almost being more in a fear of not getting what you're asking for. Really focusing and concentrating on the absence of what you want rather than focusing on what you do have. So I'm hearing your angels say that for today, if you're manifesting a new intention, just release it, just surrender it to God and the angels, and then simply trust that is going to come about, and shift your focus instead of from a place of yearning for that and just really feeling the feeling of maybe not having it. Focus on instead trusting, having faith that it is coming, that you have it already in spiritual truth, and even feeling grateful. Practice feeling excited and happy and grateful and energized that you have it, because the more that you focus your energy on already having that which you want, the more powerfully you receive it, and the more healing it is for your process. So this is the time to surrender and release. Let's go ahead and now look at our next card in line here. We have the Ideas and Inspiration card that has come up next. This is so cool. I really think that our theme as to what the angels want to tell us today is all about manifestation, all about manifesting a new goal or perhaps a healing or something like that in your life. And the Ideas and Inspiration card says that essentially, once you surrender and release and let go of the past, of anything that you've been holding on to that wasn't working before and trying to get what you want, and also let go, as they said, of the fear of not having what you want, that's when the ideas and the inspiration starts to come through. Those ideas will fuel you receiving what it is you are looking for on this path, and it will really help you get inspired. Something that I'm hearing the angels say for this as well is that when you are praying for support, asking for a life change, oftentimes the angels or God or any other higher power that you're connecting with will answer you, will give you an answer to that prayer and help you by giving you an idea and then guiding you to take action on that idea. So notice when you get repeated ideas or thoughts or inspirations that just seem to repeatedly cycle through your mind, because this is a sign that usually it's divine guidance. And one of the ways that you can tell the difference between getting divine guidance, a divinely inspired idea, and perhaps a thought that maybe comes from your ego or something like that, is that divine guidance is always consistent. Always consistent. It usually will tell you very gently and very kindly the same thing over and over again. Whereas if you get a thought from your ego, the ego will sometimes jump around to a million different ideas at once. One day it wants you to do one thing, the other day it wants you to do another thing, and it's just skipping around all over the place. So that's one way that you can really tell the difference, and really notice that the angels are speaking to you through that. The angels are also adding one last little thing for this card. They're saying that when you are looking to receive divine guidance, and you're looking for new ideas and inspiration in your life to support your path, ask the angels to uplift your focus and your awareness in your mind so that you'll be able to recognize or be aware of the kinds of inspirations that you're receiving that are divine guidance, and to have faith in them and trust them when they come through. That's very, very important. So what the angels are kind of guiding you towards today is just remember that as you're praying, you will start to receive ideas, and those inspirations will need to be put into action in order to make some changes. So let's go ahead and see what our third and final card is today for our manifesting theme that we've got here. The final card, I love this. We've got the signs card. Signs. So that is so cool. I just love it when each card, one after the next, just creates this perfect storyboard of information that we have before us. The signs card is a card that tells us that you will be receiving divine signs and synchronicities outside of you, not just in your ideas in your own head, that will guide you towards your truth. So that will be really, really, really helpful going forward. Now, it looks as if we have our first caller on the line with us today, so I'm just going to switch over here. Caller, you are on the air. Thank you so much for calling. If you could just introduce yourself and tell us where you're calling from today, that would be wonderful.
Hi, Sarah. My name is Lindsay, and I'm calling from Florida.
Hi, Lindsay.
Hi. I was wondering, we're going to be moving soon, and I was wondering if that was in our highest and best good, or, just a general reading in general, if you don't want to.
Yes. So the first feeling that I get from the idea of moving feels really, really good, actually. This feels like it is something that is for your highest good, and I'm going to turn over 3 cards from our deck here, our Healing with the Angels deck, just to see if we can get some more details on the moving idea. So the first card that I pulled is the Freedom card. Freedom. And they're saying that this is going to be a really positive change of pace for you, actually. It looks as if your angels are saying that it's important for you to get into a new kind of energy. They're saying that the energy that you're in right now might be a little bit harsh or even claustrophobic feeling, and it's time for a change. It's like I'm getting this sense of let's spread our wings and get into something brand new, where we'll have a blank slate. So that's definitely a good thing to know, that there's freedom, there's positive movement in other areas of your life, besides just, the location where you live, that come out of moving. The second card that I pulled is the Divine Guidance card, which is awesome, saying that this move is divinely guided. Have you been hearing or feeling nudges to move for quite a while?
Yes, for at least a year, and been trying to get it together. I think the only thing is it was a difference between, trying to purchase, and this is actually a leasing situation, and so that was my only sort of trepidation, would be leasing not be fruitful. But I get a good feeling about it as well, like that I'll have freedom. I agree 1,000%.
Yes, it absolutely feels that way. And as far as leasing versus owning for now, it feels just temporarily. This is great. This is good, because your angels are saying the priority is just to get you in the new environment, to get you in this new energy, and to just catalyze some really, really wonderful changes. So they're saying bravo, and listening to the divine guidance that you got in those repeated thoughts and feelings that you were receiving for like a year. That's wonderful. They're saying continue to trust it, because it's going to to take you in a wonderful new direction. Now, the final card that I pulled for this is the friendship card. I think this is really cool because the message that I'm immediately getting from your angels, they're leaping out and they're saying that there will be really wonderful new relationships that seem to spur on as a result of moving. So it's like you'll find your people, your family, your crowd sort of thing in this new area. So it feels as if, again, the energy just matches you on all levels, especially with the people that you'll be connecting with. So that's definitely awesome.
Oh my gosh, that's wonderful. I'm so glad to hear. And I've been seeing the number 49 a whole lot, and I don't know if that has anything to do with it. I just repeatedly see that number. And I don't know. That's so cool that this is aligned up, and thank you for telling me that.
Yes, wow. And actually, the number 49, just to give you a little insight on that one, that number usually means that the angels are extremely present in helping you to manifest your life purpose. Really present in manifesting your life purpose. So whenever you see 4s, usually that's going to be the angels, and our 9s are the number of manifestation. Manifestation, you think of the number 9 and you think, okay, it takes 9 months, let's say, for a baby to gestate in the womb, and then it moves out into the world, and we get the number 10 that comes right after that, which is sort of like, oh, we've culminated, we've come to a new state of being after that. But 9 is manifestation. So it feels as if there is a little alarm clock going off within you to help to bring about your life purpose. So they're
Wow.
very much supporting you.
Thank you so much. Thank you so much.
Yes, you are so welcome. Well, thank you so much for calling in today. It was a pleasure to talk with you.
Okay, goodbye.
Thanks. All right. That was so great. All right. So it looks like we'll have time for another caller if anybody wants to call in. But while we're waiting to see if anybody else will call in for us today, I did also want to mention that tomorrow is the full moon. And since there have been so many messages coming up lately with the general reading that we got and also for Lindsay's reading about manifestation, the full moon is actually a really powerful time to manifest. It's a time where you can look to sort of reap some of your harvests. And in fact, tomorrow's full moon is known as the harvest moon since it's the full moon closest to the autumnal equinox, which is coming up 1 week from today. The autumnal equinox, literally 1 week from today, Thursday of next week. Can you believe it's fall? It's amazing. It's already upon us. So tomorrow's full moon is going to also be a lunar eclipse. It's a lunar eclipse in the sign of Pisces, and it is a time where the energy is generally going to be bringing us a lot of emotional healing around what we might be trying to manifest. And I find that this is so true, and this so reflects that mind-body-spirit connection that we've been talking about today, that when you want to manifest something new, want to do something brand new in your life, let's say you are moving to a new location, you want to find a new job or a new relationship, so often the angels will guide us to work on emotionally healing ourselves first in order to come about those changes. Because if you change your emotions, if you heal your emotions around a situation or your beliefs, your deeper belief system about what you're capable of doing, it literally changes the vibration of the spiritual energy that is all around you, which changes the kinds of people that begin to show up in your lives, the kinds of aspects that you bring out in other people and the relationships of your life. And it also just changes the kinds of things that you're going to start noticing in the world. You'll notice that there are doors that start to open as you get lighter and lighter and lighter when you release emotional weight out of your life. So perfect example of that mind, body, and spirit connection that we're talking about. And it's something that is coming up starting tomorrow. You'll be feeling probably the energy of the full moon. Usually people will feel it starting 3 or 4 days before the full moon starts. and up to 3-4 days, if you're really sensitive, maybe even up to a week after the full moon has ended, because again, it's just such a time of transition and really feeling stuff. The moon represents our emotions. If the sun represents the part of us that is outward facing the world and our personality, kind of what's out there in an outward sense, the moon is our inner world. So of course it reflects your deeper feelings. And that's why a lot of people feel extra emotional around full moons. But this particular full moon, again, it's a lunar eclipse in Pisces, and it's going to create a lot of emotional healing. Eclipses especially take us into an even deeper, and sometimes for most of us, more vulnerable place in terms of that healing. But it's good because it helps us to find the deepest underlying beliefs or thoughts or feelings that we are hanging on to that are directly playing a role in what is going on in our lives right now. So really trust it. If there are things that come up over the next couple of days that seem to trigger you emotionally, listen to those things. Take some time to set aside and meditate, listen to what your heart is telling you, because these things, even if they seem unrelated, are directly related to manifesting whatever change or goal you're working on and focusing on in your life now. So that's really, really wonderful. Pisces also helps us with intuition, helps us with listening to the inner world in us, which is so wonderful. So that'll be a wonderful thing. Also, I would like to mention too, if you would like to see my full moon reading that I will be doing in with full details and everything that we can kind of expect as for the next moon cycle coming forward, I will be posting a full moon reading tomorrow on my YouTube channel. You can check it out on my YouTube channel just by searching my first name and last name, Sarah Hall. Usually it's the first thing that comes up, and definitely subscribe to it. But I give full and new moon readings bi-monthly. And I will also be posting that full moon reading on Facebook and Twitter as well, if you guys would like to check it out there. All right, so it looks as if we are just coming to the end of our show now for today. We're almost at the end of our time. Oh my gosh, you guys, time flies. I love you. So great to connect with you like this. And I want to thank all of you from the bottom of my heart for tuning in. Do join us again next month on Thursday, October 20th at 12:30 p.m. Eastern Time, where we will be discussing shamanism, elementals, and earth-based spirituality. I am so super excited for this show. I think it's a great topic for the month of October, actually, because in my experience, I find that October, fall, and also the springtime are times when the veil seems to be a little bit thin between the physical world and the elemental world or the spirit world. We can feel the elementals around us really, really closely. So I thought that that'd be a great time to talk about our earth-based spirituality. And I'm super excited because next month I will also be joined by guest speaker Felicia Armstrong. Felicia is a shaman and spiritual intuitive with a particular talent in communicating with the elementals, with whom she works to create healing natural skincare products with a magical twist. Felicia's skincare line is called Enchanted Apothecary, and oh my gosh, I absolutely love her products. They're all natural and very healthy for sensitive bodies. They absolutely smell divine, and there is such a light, lovely energy to them. So to learn more about Felicia and her fantastic botanical products, you can visit her website at www.enchantedskincare.com. That's enchantedskincare.com. I am so looking forward to learning more about what she will have to teach us next month on shamanism and elementals. Also, if you didn't get a chance to get through for your angel reading today, but you would like one, remember that you can always get in touch with me for a private session via my website at www.seraphim.com. That's www.seraphim.com. You can also keep in touch with me, as I said, through my Facebook page, which can be found at facebook.com/SarahHall1111. That's SarahHall 1111. And also follow me on my Twitter page where I can be found at Seraphim444. That's SERRAPHIM 444. Or on my YouTube page, of course, where you're getting your guided meditations, bi-monthly angel readings, and spiritual discussions. So if you would like to listen to this show or any of the other ones that we've done on rebroadcast or share it with a friend, you will always be able to find it on www.spreaker.com. That's SPREAKER.com/show/Bring Me to Life Radio. You can also find that link on www.projectbringmetolife.com, and I will also be posting it on Facebook and Twitter. And for more fantastic spiritual talk radio, music, art, podcasts, events, and so much more, visit www.projectbringmetolife.com. These guys do such a wonderful job and create such an enormous and beautiful network of like-minded individuals who are just bringing such wonderful things into the world. So thank you, Project Bring Me to Life. And thank you so much again for all of you for tuning in today. It was so wonderful to connect with you, and know until we meet again that you are so loved and so very blessed. Thank you, and bye.
So, I believe the invention of the computer internet is an inevitable consequence of a previously proven biologically successful model. The Earth invented the computer internet for its own benefit, and we now, being the top organism on this planet, is trying to allocate resources in order to protect the biosphere.
Oh, we are so excited and blessed to play. Every time we get to play this amphitheater, this place is just beautiful. This is the end of our Future Forest tour, the first leg, and I couldn't think of a better place to finish it up at. Thanks for being here with us, guys.
home like a tear in the song. Say the words in my ear, whisper soft, whisper clear. I just know I can hear when you call out. You got the answer to how to flow. You got a killer inside. What you do, not to me, not to you, just to who is the key on the things that you do. Say to me, it's happy, it's the fools that I need. I can deal to the dead in a definite need. You got the answer to how to come. You got a killer inside. You got the answer to how to flow.
thanks, guys. Yo, who's excited for festival season? It feels good to be here with you guys. Really. We're gonna get funky now so you guys can dance a little bit and warm up.
with the sharp incisor, the fantasizer, the unparalyzer. Under sunny starlight, she dances under moonlight, and you tantalize her with the synthesizer. With the sharp incisor, the fantasizer, the unparalyzer. The sunny starlight, she dances under moonlight, and you tantalize her with the synthesizer. paralyzer, the unparalyzer. On the sunny starlight, she dances on the moonlight, and you tantalize her with the synthesizer.
Thanks, guys. Thank you. Oh man, we're having fun up here. I want to give a big shout out to my good friend Jason Takahashi for doing these visuals for us tonight. I love you, buddy. You've been crushing it, man. You're amazing. Woo. So this is a brand new song, guys.
If it wasn't for you, babe, I would barely be hungry. Not tell ugly from lovely. Nothing turns into something. If it wasn't for you, then I'd be more like an alien, like an earthly connection. Have no sense of direction if it wasn't for you. other eyes. Even in the other mind. See even in the other eyes. Even in the other mind.
You guys ready to get warm? awesome?
The sun forgot to rise. Kills it every time. That song kills it. It is. Yeah. Hey, Susan Kung Fu set yesterday and then
infinite mortality. Lift the veil. Alchemy. I know she can't take it anymore. Da-da-da-da-da. I know she can't make it anymore. Da-da-da-da-da. I know she can't fake it anymore. Da-da-da-da-da. We've reached the end of the road. We've reached the end of the road. We've reached the end of the
Yeah.
Life goes on and on. Life goes on and on. Life goes on and on. Baby, life goes on and on. Life goes on and on. Life goes on. Life goes on and on. Living now before it's gone.
Felt love for the first time when you cried and my insides just died, but life goes on and so does time. Said goodbye, I was by myself. Cried at nights, I was trapped in hell. Memories fade, I can't be blamed. Things have changed since we parted ways. Trapped in a maze, I found my way. People come, people go. My heart burns with a passion, so carry on. Meeting strangers in the night, exchanging glances. Dancing in the moonlight, I see people in this world just like me. Yearn to be, screaming freedom. Sharing, I live with them, one day leave them. Think that's sad, see the beauty. People I meet become part of a new me. In my heart, still love them, truly shape me. Make me the man that I am. This life never goes according to plan. That's why I live life one day at a time. Enjoy each moment, etched in my mind. Till the day, till the moment I die.
Life goes on and on. Life goes on and on. Life goes on and on. Baby, life goes on and on. Life goes on and on. Life goes on. Life goes on and on. Living now before it's gone.
Life is sad, life is beautiful, life is more than just your cubicle. I live life like it's an adventure, the future's now, but the past is remembered. Lives through me and the things I do, words I speak and the way I move. Remember you till the day I die. Now my love is for humankind. One day have to tell my love goodbye. Join infinity, the undefined. Till that day I carry on. Fight goes on, so I must be strong. Life goes on and I love you all. Wish you the best if you hear this song. Don't know you, don't know me. Life is a musical, different keys. All we are, so I wish you peace. Let's just be, let our love run free.
What does it mean to be alive on the planet at this time, in these bodies, creating heaven on earth?
What does it mean to face the unknown with courage? Lion heart, eyes fixed towards the heavens, hands low to the ground. Soul knows no pretending. Rainbow medicine, resurrect all my brethren. And this is the time, so no longer forgetting. Some say time is illusion, but the time is now. So we rise, evolution, dreams come to fruition. Mind focused towards solutions, the heart of a movement. Spark the sound of a roar in our souls. The more that we grow, lift each other up to the places unknown. Awaiting our thrones in the zone where we claim our home. Where we claim our home.
Playful, humble, fierce, devoured in this moment. Claim your power.
the lion's gate. I will meet you where the lion waits. I will meet you at the lion's gate. I will meet you. I will meet you. Yeah. Heaven on earth, heaven on earth, heaven on earth is here and now. Heaven on earth, heaven on earth, heaven on earth. Can you feel it now?
Royal in our nature. Don't let the pain separate ya. Don't forget the strain is like fire that forges swords. So we cut through illusion and raise the force, raise the bar. Reach for sources, our blood courses with vital essence. As we take this breath in and receive this message, the speakers blast, so peep the method. Blessings are hidden within every lesson. No more stressing as we get stretched by the essence of love's caressing. Like a Griffith, cause we're rising like lions with wings, we're gifted. Find ourselves in these times uplifted, veils thinning as we arrive in the space of unified missions. Unified mission, one mission, listen.
Playful, humble, fears devoured in this moment. Claim your power.
Claim your power now.
Yeah. Playful, humble, fears devoured in this moment. Claim your power. Yeah. I will meet you at the lion's gate. I will meet you where the lion waits. I will meet you at the lion's gate. I will meet you. I will meet you. I will meet you at the lion's gate. I will meet you where the lion waits. I will meet you at the lion's gate. I will meet you. I will meet you.
Heaven is on earth.
Heaven on earth, heaven on earth,
heaven on earth is here and now.
Heaven on earth,
heaven on earth,
heaven on earth.
Can you feel it now? Heaven on earth, heaven on earth. Open the door to your rebirth. Heaven on earth, heaven on earth. Open the door to your rebirth. Heaven on earth, heaven on earth. Open the door to your rebirth. Heaven on earth, heaven on earth. Open the door to your rebirth. I'll meet you.
I'll meet you.
I'll meet you.
I'll meet you, yeah.
I'll meet you.
I'll meet you.
I'll meet you. I'll meet you. I'll meet you. I'll meet you. I'll meet you.
I will meet you at the lion's gate. I will meet you where the lion waits. Lion heart, eyes fixed towards the heaven.
Everything is spiritual. Everything has a spirit. Everything was brought here by the Creator. The one Creator. Some people call him God. Some people call him Buddha. Some people call him Allah. Some people call him other names. We call him Tonkashila, grandfather. We're here on Earth only a few winters. Then we go to the spirit world. The spirit world is more real than most of us believe. Spirit world
It's fine to be here at this moment and become present. That's beautiful and necessary. But it's as essential to hold that state of presence in everyday life. And to learn that is why we're here. Nice to see everybody. I've been asked by our technical people not to talk in the first minute about the secret of life because they have to adjust the sound and various other things. So here we are. In a very special place. If you haven't been here before, not just Asilomar, but also Asilomar, the entire region here has a very special energy field and a particular kind of vegetation too that's you don't find anywhere else. Quite amazing. So our retreat is not confined to the sessions here, but the retreat is the totality of your experience here. Every moment is part of the retreat. And it's a microcosm for life. You're able to pay particular attention to things that otherwise you might overlook in ordinary existence. Particularly, of course, your mind. Your mind has come with you here. You couldn't leave it behind. And if your mind has certain patterns, then those habitual patterns will, sooner or later, also surface here. And that's okay, as long as you know that this is most likely to happen. It's only your mind. There's nothing out here. It's the mind. So a great opportunity here is to be aware of your thought processes as you interact with other people, as you sit here, as you are in the dining hall, as you go for a walk in nature. And use all these situations to bring in awareness. I'll look at this in more detail now. First of all, you have nature here, magnificent nature. So you will be walking, you will be looking, you will be breathing and smelling, and you will be listening to the sounds, perhaps even touching the sand. There's plenty of it. A tree. So you use your senses, all your senses are there, and you, as you go about in between sessions, you interact with nature, and that's a great opportunity for allowing nature to help you to become still and present, rather than giving in to the hypnotism of the mind, with every thought wanting to draw your attention to it and saying, this is so important, I must think about this. And then you've disappeared. There's all that nature around you, but you are no longer there. The sacredness of nature suddenly is no longer there for you. So because your consciousness has been absorbed again by the mind stream. Very easy to happen, and most likely will happen many times in the next few days here, until the moment comes when you say, oops, this is what's going on. And then you have a choice of bringing your attention back to sense perceptions. Alertness returns. And you can, when you become familiar with the falling back into identification with the mind, and you might find that it says something it's not happy with something. Or something isn't quite enough. Or there's something missing. I have that feeling, there's something. And then very quickly the mind interprets that feeling as, yes, that's what's wrong here. Now I know. If you are familiar with the human mind, you may be, then you'll know one of the underlying patterns is that it continuously seems to say, there's something not right, something is missing, it is not complete, I am not complete, something is needed here, something needs to be added to this moment, to this situation. And then it formulates further thoughts on the basis of that original erroneous assumption. Once you recognize that pattern, then it is easier not to get drawn into it, at least not for too long. So, watch your mind as it becomes active, and then you have a choice of either allowing yourself to be drawn into proliferating mind streams. You might even want to get away from here. It's quite a common phenomenon on retreats. A certain percentage of people after the second day or even the first day says, get me out of here. Or you start looking up the flight information on the internet. Or you call a friend. Well, there's something not right here. I'll tell you about it. So the opportunity is here for you to allow nature to bring you into that still awareness so that you can contemplate, experience all that wonderful nature around you without undue interference, by thinking. What is there to think about when you go for a walk on the beach here? Nothing. You can only fully experience it when you become still, and then you perceive through the stillness rather than through conceptualized thought, which interprets everything you see. Oh, this is that, and that's that, and that's that. And I don't like. So you use nature and come to your senses, as the expression goes. You come to your senses, but that implies that there is an awareness there that makes clear, unobstructed sensory perception possible. And then you be amazed how, at the sacredness of that space through which you move here. And sacredness is not something that I could explain to you or to your mind, because the human mind says, just a second, sacredness, what does that mean? You haven't explained that term. And that would be extremely hard, impossible to explain. It's a term that is no longer much in use these days. Sacredness, that's a holiness, even is the Germanic-based word. Sacredness, the Latin-based word, is the same meaning. But you can sense it the moment your attention rises and you go, shh, and there you see the branch of the tree moving slightly. And there you see a bird flying across, and the waves. And suddenly there's a totality of that experience. But you as that egoic entity that carries a baggage full of your past with you and your unresolved problems, in the future perhaps they'll get resolved. And of course then others arise. You move through nature as a field of presence, not a personality or a person with. In other words, this is an opportunity for you to let go of your life situation, as I call it. You might remember reading it. What I call your life situation, which is whatever happens, is happening in your life, in your relationships, in your work situation, in your finances, in your living situation. That's your life situation. And that is what occupies almost everybody's mind continuously. Me and my life. Now, there is another dimension in you that wants to emerge that is far deeper than me and my life. And from that dimension, me and my life is not that significant. And so, rather than carrying your life situation around with you, enter life. And life is now. Your life situation exists in time. It needs past and future, and then you have a life situation, a person with problems. That's basically what your life situation is. I have problems. And my identity, this is the unaware living, my identity consists, as this is how people see it, consists primarily in my problems. Let me tell you about my life. And when people start like that, you'll know what's coming. And probably one ingredient of what's coming is that I'm the one who is always right and all these others, they're all wrong. This is all wrong. And here we come back to the original pattern of the mind, the wrongness, the assumption that there's something wrong with me and my life. The assumption that I am a problem that needs to be solved. I have so many problems that I become a problem to myself. And that problem needs to be solved. I just need more time for that. So we can actually step out of that here into that alertness of presence where your life situation subsides. Don't worry, you can remember it when you have to. But it subsides, you don't carry it as a burden anymore, which is the burden of the self, as it's traditionally called in spiritual teachings. You no longer carry with you the burden of the self, that subsides, and that which arises is something of a very different frequency, vibrational frequency, so to speak. It is as if where there was the self, something else has arisen, and it is very hard to describe in words, and but I'm using words because as I speak, you recognize it, because if you had not already been able to experience this for yourself, you wouldn't be here, except maybe one or two who came here by mistake. But there's still hope for you because you're in this place. And it's quite possible that you will get it here. You suddenly go, for example, now, and you suddenly realize, I don't have to remember who I am and what my problems are to be alive. And so you walk through nature as that field of aware presence, where the barrier between you and that which you're perceiving dissolves. And there's simply a continuum of whatever it is you're perceiving, the nature around you, and the consciousness through which it is being perceived. They come together. And that is why I sometimes say that what we call nature here, when you bring that awareness to it, it awakens to its own sacredness through that awareness that arises where there was a person, but there's now a presence. And because ultimately all is connected, and even more deeply all is one, there's not that barrier between there's me and there's the rest of the world. No, you are the universe. You're not, as I sometimes say, you're not in the universe. This is the mismatch of me and the universe. You are the totality. You are whatever you experience, the universe is experiencing. If you are in joy, the universe is in joy. So when you look at nature, comes to a self-realization that wouldn't have been there without your so-called your presence. And that's a wonderful thing to know, that that's really is you begin to see the oneness with you and that, and the oneness when you become, which is not there the moment you conceptualize and impose labels on things, that creates the barrier. When you let go of that, there's a continuum, and there's that sense of oneness with that which you are perceiving, and ultimately, in a deeper sense, that oneness is love. Not in the conventional sense, not the sticky love that just... But it's the recognition of oneness. And so this is the use nature so that to become still and present as you walk through it and perceive with all your senses. And then you're aware of not only that which arises in your sensory perception, but even more fundamentally, you are aware of yourself as the underlying presence without which all this wouldn't even be there. The light needs to be there, the light of consciousness. It all arises in the light of consciousness. You are that light. And that light is not your possession. It comes through you. These are not individual lights. Your life is not yours. You don't have a life, as I one of my favorite, has become one of my favorite sayings. You don't have a life, you are life. I don't have a life. It's an absurd error to say my life, because this is what thought, which then becomes language, becomes words, what it does to reality. It creates misperceptions. So, I mean, it seems so natural. You say my life. Everybody says it, and I say it sometimes, and I say sometimes your life, but I don't believe in it. It's just a conventional way of speaking. But most people actually believe in it. They believe that they actually have a life, and they have, this is my life. I need to think about my life now. So you've separated yourself. You said, this is me and there's my life. That's strange. And then, of course, the fear comes, oh, what am I going to do with my life? I could lose my life. Okay, you cannot have a life because you are life, an expression of the one life, a temporary expression in this form of the one timeless life. So you don't have a life, because then it means there's life and you. But who are you without life? So all that falls away here, and you are where there was a person, there's now the arising presence. And so this frees you of your past. Not that you need to forget it. You can, of course, remember it, but you're no longer based in it. The past is no longer the basis for your sense of who you are. And that's an enormous liberation. When your personal past to you is only a collection of memories, fine, but no longer the basis for your sense of self. And that's an enormous liberation, because it's so limiting to use your past. It's even all that is all wrong. Like whatever you say is the moment you open your mouth. The German poet Goethe said somewhere in a poem, the moment you begin to speak, you are in error. So that freedom comes in. That's just the most wonderful thing. Of course, you could do it anywhere. It's just a bit more helpful to be here in this environment so that you can enter that presence and be supported by this environment here. Of course, you could go to the shopping mall in LA, or you could go to Piccadilly Circus in London, or wherever, and you could, of course, be present there in actually the same way. But before you go there, do it here first. It's easier, so that you get rooted, and then you take it into other places that in themselves might not look conducive to presence, but actually then the miracle is, I will be talking about that one of these days. The miracle is, of course, then that you bring that into the world, that which has arisen or has not. It's probably arisen in you already, but deepened here. Then you're able to embody it, embody the presence in the rest of your life. So, but we'll be talking about that. Nature. So use that as become the presence. Then you have another interaction that you have in this retreat environment is people. You meet lots of people, new people, and that's very enjoyable too, talking to new people. And when you interact with other people, see if you can. And again, this is very hard to speak about, but I can only point to it. As you speak and listen to someone, maybe you've just met them or you're sitting in the dining hall, Of course, there is the usual mind in which the usual patterns in which the mind interacts with others will probably start coming in. And perhaps when somebody mentions your pet grievance or the political party that you dislike so much, not mentioning any names, and somebody mentions, and this was then the mind starts coming in. I'll tell you what I think and what this is really. Or some spiritual thing. Beware of being taken over again, as probably you might occasionally experience that in your life. Being taken over by the mind. You can observe it. If you prefer not to interact with people, you can perhaps put a little label on and say, "Don't speak to me." And then you can sit in a dining hall and feel superior and just watch everybody and see how they interact and how they get taken over, perhaps by their mind. And so you can watch. But that's now I dare you to actually interact and then stay conscious in that interaction rather than as a passive watcher. It's easier when you say, "Okay, I'm just the Buddha." So when you interact with another, again here, don't completely lose stillness. Have some stillness in you, which I sometimes call spaciousness. Have some stillness in you. Even first, of course, when you listen to somebody, then you listen just with alert stillness. You listen. Similar to in nature. There's stillness when you perceive nature. A little bit more difficult when you look at another human and you're listening to him or her, because that stimulates much more of your mind than the tree or the sea or the sand or the sky. They don't stimulate the mind that much. Well, to some people they do too, but another human being stimulates the mind much more. So it's more of a challenge to stay present there, but it's a beautiful challenge. So stay a little bit still and spacious inside while you listen. And then even while you talk, don't get totally drawn into the mind stream. And this is a way of speaking and have at the same time feeling a stillness in between the words, or after you have said what you had to say. You don't need to go on and on and on. You said what you had to say and you go back into stillness. You make a statement and you go back into stillness, alert presence, and the other person might say something. So there's always some spaciousness in you where you're not a person, where you are presence. If you're only a person, which is totally mind-identified, then interactions are not that satisfying with other humans, and very quickly you find something that's wrong with them, more likely than finding something that's right with them. Unless there's somebody who really thinks, "Oh, this person, I must have this person as my partner, definitely he or she is going to make me happy, complete me, fulfill me for the rest of my life." And then the mind will suddenly misperceive that. But usually it's very quickly conflict comes in and not very satisfying. Complete lack of spaciousness is terrible in interactions, but it's a normal experience for millions on the planet. So listen, somebody's talking to you, and you can feel, the question then is, at that moment, can you feel yourself as the presence rather than some person with opinions? Just be still while you listen, alert and still. People love that. They like you more when you're alert and still. They don't know why they like you, but they like you. Because when you're alert and still, you acknowledge also them in their being, rather than confusing the conditioned mind that they manifest through their words, rather than confusing that conditioned mind with who that person really is. It's not the conditioned mind. So people, when you're still with other humans, people actually can sense that they are being acknowledged in their beingness, because you are coming from that beingness that is stillness yourself. You are, and that brings a deeper dimension into the interaction that is deeper than the merely personal. The personal may still operate also. So you have the two levels operating. Yes, you're still talking this and that, and you experience this and this spiritual teacher and that spiritual teacher, or whatever it is. And yet there's a presence. There is also with that a detachment from the whatever it is you're saying or thinking. You say things with a certain detachment, and that's very liberating. You're not in the grip of each opinion that comes into your mind, and if somebody is totally in the grip of their opinion, they don't even know that it's an opinion, they call it the truth. If you know it's an opinion, then you're already a little bit free. But many people who have lots of very strong opinions don't know that they are opinions. It's the truth, that's how it is, let me tell you how it is. So that's all wonderful, and here you can practice, because they've got nothing really that important to talk about. No business deals are going on here. Or some intricate problems have to be solved. What are we going to do about this? All the question that arises here is, what am I going to choose to eat now for lunch? Nothing big. So it's easier to practice to bring stillness into personal interactions. Be a still presence while you listen, and even while you speak. There's still an underlying spaciousness there. You're no longer in the grip of thought. Ah, God, thank you. That's another liberation. Another thing, and this is usually overlooked, as you're here, you can pay attention to that, what most people wouldn't usually in their daily life. We've spoken about nature, interacting with nature, being still with nature, other human beings, interacting and bringing stillness into your interaction. And then what else happens here in the retreat? What else do you interact with? You interact with objects, all kinds of things, continuously, not only on the retreat, in daily life, but here you can actually pay attention to it and see what happens when you pay attention to the way in which you interact with objects. And every minute of the day, you pick something up, you put something down, you unbutton your shirt, you take off your shoes, you lift this, put this there, open your zipper back, you look inside, take something out. Can you feel it? As you take it out, can you feel the texture of that? And then you put it on the table. It makes a sound as you put it on the table. And then you have a glass of water, and the light is reflected in it, and it moves. Perhaps you drink, and it tastes, and you put it down again. And then you look at a familiar object, and instead of using it always as a means to an end, here you have the luxury of occasionally just taking an ordinary object that you handle every day, and just for a few seconds give it attention and acknowledge its being just as that object. Just feel it, see it, as it makes a noise as you put it down. And again, you bring in sense perceptions. Getting dressed in the morning, putting pants on. They make a noise as you put them on a little bit. Listen. Do things. You pick up the toothpaste. You hold it for a moment. Open. Put the cap on the sink. Click. And then turn on the tap. And then while you brush your teeth, you turn off the tap because you don't want to waste water. But that's not part of the exercise. That's an actual thing. And you can actually begin to like and to enjoy the tiniest things around you that would normally be completely overlooked. So the way in which you interact with the world of objects. And that brings a richness into your life that doesn't depend on how many objects you own. You don't need to own them to interact with them. And so here you acknowledge their beingness, and sometimes you might just put your hand, as I'm doing now, here's a table, it's wood, and I'm putting my hand on it, and for a moment I feel the smooth texture, surface of this table, and it feels very pleasant. And I don't need the mind to tell me that. I can sense that. And the strange thing is, even so-called inanimate objects, in a strange way, have a life of their own. We call them inanimate because we believe that inanimate means no life. We believe that there is no life in them, but that is not true. There is a life in every object. Every physicist, I believe, would agree, because the physicist knows that if you look very deeply into the structure of any object, you encounter an intense aliveness of molecules and atoms and vast amounts of empty spaces in between in continuous motion. And that's the table, inside the table. It goes on and on. But we call it inanimate, because to our senses it looks dead. And the more you impose conceptualization on it, the more dead it becomes. Because when you interact only through conceptualization, you no longer have a direct relationship with the table, only with your concept of table and what your mind says about it. But you no longer know the table. There's a richness that comes into your life, and it is a dimension of enjoyment of life that unfortunately most humans miss all the time, because they are looking for something more significant than the insignificant objects by which they are surrounded. So maybe they're thinking, okay, I want to buy this wonderful thing, but in the meantime they ignore all the wonderful little things around them. And here again, the retreat setting is an opportunity to bring a new dimension into the way in which you interact with all those little things that surround you. And acknowledge them by giving them, just briefly, attention. That attention is presence. And then you begin to enjoy. It's hard to say, are you enjoying the object or are you enjoying the presence that flows into your perception with the objects? It's more the presence, but it's a different way of looking at it. You can say, I enjoy this table, or do I enjoy the presence that's behind the perception? It doesn't matter. You can look at it this way or that way, no matter. So And this is another way. I mean, you know, there's a lot of talk, and this is wonderful these days in spiritual teachings about gratitude. And usually people think gratitude means they have to say in your mind, thank you, thank you, thank you, thank you, thank you. Or they have to say, I'm so grateful for this, and oh, I'm also grateful for that, and grateful for that. And that's fine for reorientation of your mind, that's fine. It's a temporary state. I wouldn't get stuck there, because you don't want to say for the next 20 years, thank you, thank you. You don't need it. There's a deeper gratitude, and that is to acknowledge the beingness and appreciate the beingness without needing any words. And that is how you can live in continuous gratitude without ever even calling it gratitude anymore. Somebody asked me, I'm a Buddhist, how can I say thank you? Because when you say thank you thank you to God, don't you? But I don't believe in God because I'm a Buddhist, he said. And so you don't need that. Just bring appreciation into that and acknowledge the being of things. That's it's auditory. Don't overlook the auditory. Don't overlook the auditory dimension. That's also important because an object, when you handle it, often makes some sound as you put it down, or you walk and your shoes might make a sound, or as you unbutton something. There are slight sounds associated with objects too. You'll open a book, although I hope you won't be reading too much here. But if you open a book, this is. I've been doing this since I was a child, but then for a long time the books were the only thing that I could interact with and enjoy their physical presence until there was a shift in my consciousness. I was as, if not more, unconscious of the world of the aliveness of objects as everybody else. And now, even now, there's still one of the many things that I enjoy objects is books. But not just the reading of books, but the opening of the book. It makes a sound if you open, or you can flick the pages, you go like that, and then you open it, and as you touch the page, every page has a certain feel to it, different kinds of paper, and you sense it, and you can run your fingers down the page, makes a sound, and then you flick over the page, it makes a sound, and then there's the physical presence of the book, an energy field. And it has a smell too. I smell every book, and people smile when they see that. Say, why do you do that? Every book has its own characteristic smell. It's quite lovely. And I could probably recognize hundreds of my books from smell alone. So you bring in. So there's the auditory. There's the what is that? Olfactory. There's that. Bring in all the senses. Tactile, very important when you relate to objects, and of course visual also. You look, you see. So it's all acknowledging the presence and ultimately the aliveness of the world of things, and they're all very still. You might have noticed that objects are very still. They're just. For people to notice the stillness in an object, the object needs to be huge, and then sometimes people say, oh, if you go to Stonehenge, the stone circle at Avebury or Stonehenge, the gigantic stones, which is an object, and people go up to the stone and say, oh, I can feel the stillness and the energy. It's so huge, so they say they can feel it. But it's everywhere. The object doesn't need to be huge. And so every object is there. It's isness. It's beingness. And it is wonderful when you feel that everything is actually alive. And that transforms ordinary life experience for you so that you don't, because people demand something extraordinary for their fulfillment. I want this, would be the great thing if I could only achieve that. Whatever you achieve, the achievement is short, but really your life always comes down to you continuously interact with objects. Now, if you cannot appreciate the objects in your simple, let's say your house is, or your place where you live is simple, you won't really appreciate the world of objects. You make a few $1 million and then have luxury things around you. Okay, then your interaction might be egoic because you think that is mine, and that's not what we are talking about. If you cannot appreciate a simple table for its beingness, you won't appreciate the luxury table for its beingness. You would appreciate for its luxury value, but that's not what we're talking about. And some people can appreciate things that are works of art. I mentioned somewhere, maybe I wrote it, there's this painting that was done of a very simple chair, an old chair in a corner of a little room, and there's this painting done by the Dutch painter, and this painting of a chair that nobody would have looked at twice, or most people would have thrown out. This artist must have looked at it because for some reason he painted it. Nobody would have looked at it twice, but he took a canvas and painted this seemingly totally insignificant object. And then there's the painting. Nobody bought it at the time because they didn't appreciate the painting as they didn't appreciate the object. Now the painting has been sold for $30 million, whatever it is. The chair would... the chair, you would have to pay somebody to take it. And the painting of the chair is $30 million. So sometimes when an artist comes and looks at something ordinary, then some people can say, oh yes. Or they look at some of the French impressionists of the 19th century, some of which painted totally boring-looking landscapes, very insignificant, not spectacular landscapes. Other painters did that. But many of those painters did totally ordinary, simple landscapes. There was absolutely nothing spectacular about it whatsoever. Nobody would have looked at it twice. But the artist did. And then the artist sat there and looked. And so something was put on canvas that he perceived there, which most people cannot perceive directly. They have to look at the painting. And then they can say, wow. And then they look away, and for the rest of their lives, they still can't see it. They can only see the painting. Everything it comes through the painting. But do they then go to an ordinary landscape and say, oh, most of them don't. They're just, so very strange. So what we're doing here is we are becoming aware of the ordinariness, the extraordinary in the ordinary. And that is so important because it brings a richness into your life that doesn't require any change in your life. It's already there. And so, therefore, I suggest to you here, especially, and then perhaps it becomes something that you habitually engage in, to bring that awareness into, not continuously, that's not necessary, but more and more bring that awareness into your interaction with things. And acknowledge and appreciate the beingness of things. And you may sometimes even just sit somewhere and look around just through visual. You take in the totality of the room. Here, for example, wherever the room you're in, you sit and just for a minute or two, you take in the totality. You see every object, there's this. And then you notice there's not only each object in its beingness there, there's also the totality of the room, and there is a space in the room. Now that's totally overlooked usually. But that is a beautiful practice. I recommend it here. And this is good because these are not your habitual surroundings. The room that you're in is an unfamiliar room. So it's easy to practice there. There are no personal associations with your past. And there you can be in the room and just acknowledge each thing. And then the space itself, the totality of the room, which is a coming together of forms in space. The same as in this room here, you have the physical bodies of humans, you have some furniture, chairs, and the lights, and you have the space in the room, and that becomes the totality of the room. And so you can become aware of that. Very unusual for anybody to be aware of space, because there's nothing there. But it's wonderful, because the moment you become aware of space, you have some space inside you, which is stillness. So, nature, humans, and things, the world of things. 3 areas of practice, and it's all to do with stillness, which is not a passive state. There's a dynamic quality to stillness. It's not the stillness that says, I can't keep my eyes open anymore. I'm becoming so still. It's not the stillness that goes below thought. It's the stillness that rises above thought. You have 2 kinds of stillness. First you have thought, which is here. And then for most people, they get tired periodically. And so there comes a short time between getting tired and going to sleep when they become fairly still. Thinking begins to slow down because the energy isn't there anymore. And they feel sleepy. Now, what's called sleepy is something very strange, but we are so familiar with it, we don't recognize the strangeness of sleepy. It means something pulls you. It wants you to go there, and it's very sweet. When you pay attention, next time you're really sleepy, you can feel the pull. It says, come here. I'm so sweet. This is so sweet. And of course, you're going there, you're going to the source, but you lose consciousness. You're being taken to the source to be replenished and to dissolve temporarily in the source of life. And that source has such a pull that even people who get stranded out in the cold and the snow and they're trying to find shelter and they're staggering and then they're sitting down and they know if I close my eyes, I will die. If I go to sleep here, I will die from hypothermia. And yet the pull, the sweetness that says, come here, come, you must, is so strong that finally, unless somebody stops them, says, keep your eyes open, don't go to sleep, they go. They know they're going to die, but they prefer to go to that sweet place rather than survive. And that is the pull of sleep. And you can sense that. Next time you're tired, try to catch what that feels like. And you can feel this, if you're in bed, and you go, ah. And here, this is not where we are going, by the way. it's not the stillness that is towards unconsciousness. It's the stillness that is alert and dynamically alive. And this is our practice here. But when you do get tired, just pay attention to this. It's quite interesting to feel that. Tiredness, even the word is so familiar and the state is so familiar, and nobody really pays much attention to it. Well, you can't pay attention to it very long because then you're gone. So, I don't know if they sell alcoholic beverages here, but I would recommend that you do not indulge in alcoholic beverages here because it could interfere with the arising of presence, especially if after the first glass you cannot say no to the second glass. Once you are more established in presence, a glass of wine doesn't make much difference. Even 2 glasses of wine or 3 wouldn't make really any difference anymore to your state. Not that you'd even want to. I do enjoy a glass of wine with a meal, sometimes 2, never more than that. Just the body doesn't want any more. You can enjoy it. There have been spiritual teachers who got their disciples drunk in order to wanting them to stay aware while these changes were happening in them. And so these are controversial techniques for spiritual transformation. And then you can have sex at the same time and stay conscious with that. So we don't practice these things here. Here we pick up a pencil and look at it. So you're going to go to sleep tonight. Pay attention to that. And before, if possible, I recommend it particularly on retreats, as you lie in bed, if possible, go to sleep consciously rather than in the thinking stage. So I always recommend lying on your back for a while and feel the inner body, use it as an anchor for staying present, and the entire energy field, and go to sleep from there. And so you become still and go into sleep being still. You don't need to think about your life while you're lying there. There's nothing much you can do at that moment. And if you start thinking about your life, it's unlikely that you will come up with this great idea. You might, but probably not. Because the great idea doesn't come through thinking about your life. The great idea comes when you become still and alert and present. Then it's much more likely that some great idea will come that could change your life. But not through thinking. Thinking is a secondary tool, but there needs to be something more powerful that informs thinking, that arises, and then a consciousness, the primordial consciousness that you become one with as you become still. The more stillness, the more creative, the more access you have to the dimension of all creativity. Obviously, that's where it arises. Thought is always secondary, never creative. It can give form to something, yes, but in itself, thinking is not creative. And if you can never become still, you're not going to have a single creative thought. in your head. You will only have the old thoughts going round and round and round. Yeah. So our entire retreat then, with the various dimensions that I explained, are really about becoming still, spacious, present, as you interact with nature, with people, with the world of things, and even as you go to sleep, become still and go to sleep from there, and you wake up in the morning. Some people, even people who are usually burdened by their minds, some people have told me that when they wake up first, there's half a minute or so when they feel very alive and feels very good. They go, the eyes open and they go, oh. Ah. And then the first thought comes in. And then the second thought. Oh, no. And then the burden comes in. It goes. And then when they get out of bed, they're already in it. Just one more day to get through. So here, as you wake up, also stay present just stay in bed for just a few minutes, and then, Here, the good thing is, I don't believe there's television in your room, I hope not. And I'm told the internet downloads are very slow here, which is good too. Because while you're waiting, well, it would be better not to use it, but if you have to, while you're waiting, you can be, instead of waiting, be present. The moment when the download is complete is not going to be better than this moment. Not at all. It's just the download is complete, that's all. No better than this moment whatsoever. Never. So, I wish you well in your practice, if you want to even call it that. And we will meet again in the present moment.
Woo!